Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. It's the 6th of January, 2026. And I hope everybody's doing well in this bright and shiny new year. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All times on my charts are Central Standard Time, and that I refer to. So this is my, as I said, my virtual trading journal. I am not licensed, nor do I my intention here to give financial or trade advice. There's a disclaimer in the description, which is something that you have to do nowadays. But on the other hand, I do trade live, real money futures account with AMP funded by myself. And I trade that live on Bookmap. I also plot my charting is Investor RT, where I do some backtesting, and that is done internally in the IRT simulator. Not to obviously you don't want to test new theories and new procedures on a live account. So I trade the live account on Bookmap here. They are both driven by rhythmic data through my AMP Futures live funded trading account. So I don't know how you want to interpret that, but that's the way it works. I am very detailed. There's nothing that's hidden at all. Everything's transparent and accountable. If I'm getting ready to take a trade, I talk about that, and I put the trade on, and it's obvious and plotted by Bookmap. So enough of that. Let's get on to the important part, which are the numbers. Fortunately, we're starting to get some of the numbers back into the system, back on the normal cadence, which is makes me feel better. I use two news sources. Investing.com is my traditional. I like the format here of their calendar. I especially like it for screen snapping and pasting into Discord or whatever. You can filter any time zone, any report. If you're in, Southeast Asia and you want to track the reports around the Nikkei, there you go. You can do the same thing. Both of these services that I use are free, the free version. Of course, you can pay for either one. And I'm sure they would be really happy if you did that. But I try to use this stream, approach the stream from the point of view that anybody that's drops by or follows the stream is not prohibited from resources as best I can. Obviously, Bookmap is a paid subscription or a paid program, and so excuse me, and so is IRT. But things like reporting and news and stuff like that, I try to keep them free as best I can. I like another reason for the investing.com. They only report traditional economic reports and events. S&P Composite PMI, non-farm payroll, CDI, consumer price index, those kind of things. The other one is Financial Juice. Now, Financial Juice has a similar calendar feature, also filterable, also free, but you can pay, and they remind you of that frequently. The right side over here is more of a squawk box, where it's, live. Here's Mirren, just Mr. Microphone Jr. over here. This guy he's a temporary Fed governor. He's also still an employee of the White House. So that's something that is a new idea, is a new normal now, I guess. This is the reason I like Financial Juice, and I really appreciate it. Look right here. 9 o'clock this morning, Trump is going to speak at a GOP event. That has a huge potential to disrupt the auction. Not saying there's anything wrong with that. It's no political comment whatsoever, but it is a reality. And here we go again at 1:30. Now, Financial Juice picks these up and brings them into the calendar. This was not on here at 6 o'clock this morning. That I appreciate very much, because this is a potential disruption to the market and to the auction, which is not a normally scheduled report or release. I mean, we've known for 25 years that this Friday, the first Friday of every month, the non-farm payroll report will be released at 7:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. You can count on that. You can plan for that. You can mitigate that risk. This kind of thing, you cannot. So I really appreciate that. Let's get on to the pre-market. It's tiring. Here we are, investing.com. And now this is Investor RT. This is my charting package. These are the Micro ES, Micro NQ, Mini ES market profile chart, and the Micro ES high time frame micro composite chart. I also track the same configuration in the minis. Okay, now the reason I am focusing here on the micros, this is the instrument that I'm trading live in Bookmap based on the vetting process around the two initial balance trades. So again, this something to notice. These all of my Investor RT charts in the header. You can see the instrument, the periodicity, the type of chart, and the session. That's in all of them. So there should be no question ever about that, and easily confirmable so that you don't get confused. This is the micro NASDAQ. And here we have my version of a high time frame chart. I call it the micro composite chart. It's really simple. Everything I do in trading is based on price, data, and probabilities or statistics. Nothing else. If I try to keep discretion out of it as far as I can get. Sometimes you have to, but that's the way I approach the market. And it's also important to say at this juncture here that nothing I do is ever intended to be my way or the highway. This is my virtual journal. I capture everything that I'm seeing on my charts in the video, and my voice over here provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. Saves me screen snapping and typing to keep up a journal, and I believe journaling is important. So this is my private journal, personal trading journal. I'm trading live with my own money, real time, fully accountable. The stream starts every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning as it has done today, and will continue through 1500 this afternoon, which is a cash close. No trades taken off the stream, absolutely. So back to this. This is a RTH session only, and these are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, as right here, I continue to pull this volume profile around them, and that generates a volume profile, a micro composite VPOC, volume pointer control, high and low volume nodes, which are these red and green lines, and those data are pushed to Bookmap. I'll show you in a minute. The POC and highs and lows and stuff I enter manually in Bookmap. And this is the market profile, but this is for the ES only, the micro, or the mini, not the micro. I don't change it back and forth. We have pretty light volume today. We're only 122,000 contracts so far since 1700 last night. Let's see what that looks like right now. 76% for this time of day, and our average true range on a 1 minute candle is 1.5 points. Okay. Now the session prices here are also pushed directly to Bookmap from IRT. And that brings us to Bookmap. Okay. Here we are. I assume everyone is familiar with the order book, the ladder, the dome, whatever you want to call it, it's every price and the resting liquidity. I have it, now at 1 point wide over here. And so I don't have it down to ticks, but you can certainly do that. And here is the micro composite column where I manually enter these, the POC from micro composite VPOC from yesterday, the naked volume point of control from the most recent RTH auction, which is the right here, coincidentally, right at the same spot. And these are the high and low volume nodes pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Full session volume profile right here. This started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. It's not the ETH, it's the full session or the Globex. And this is the RTH session, which will or I will reset it this morning at 0830 when they open. This is my statistics column, which is pretty important to me. We'll talk about that in a minute. And these are the IRT session prices that I mentioned are pushed automatically from IRT continuously from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday. And I share these freely with anybody that's interested. Drop a thumbs up and a like and or a thumbs up and a subscribe and put something in the chat and I'll hook you up. No problem, free. And here is my heat map or the chart. Now, a couple of words about these charting. Notice there are no indicators. There is a POC for the RTH, bright yellow, POC for the full session, a little more muted yellow. There's an VWAP for the Globex and a VWAP for the RTH, and there's a mid for the RTH, period. That's it. These other our lines are just price driven. Here is the initial balance high, and there's down below us under here is an initial balance low. They sometimes confuse because of the naming. It's from the market profile world, meaning initial balance. This level, and you can't see it right under the previous RTH low, but there you see the line. This is nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session, period. POC, equally straightforward and simple. The point, this is just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far in this overnight and, full session, 69.41 is the price where the most contracts have traded. And look at here, it's 31.82. And the very split second that one of these other price levels, trades 51 or 31, whatever it was, 51.83, this yellow line is going to move there. That's all there is to this. Volume weighted average price, and the mid. I mean, come on. That's it. Now, let's look at the statistics, which are important to me. There are 4 types of opens. And the first thing I do every morning is change the title of this column to the expected open type. So what is that? Well, if we opened right here, right now, how would that price equate or relate to the previous close? And how would it relate to the previous range? Well, the previous close is 69.45-ish about. So it's right up here, under here somewhere, under one of these flags. So we're lower than the close, and we're within range, lower in range. So I changed the title. Lower, I'll have to confirm that too. In range, I prefer to be able to see it, but this is for example. And then we need to clear these notes, clear all the statistics from yesterday because we're going to put them in today. Okay, the statistics, and how do I determine these statistics? Well, it's also very simple. IRT, statistic study. Again, straightforward data and statistics, probabilities. The study looks back at the most recent 1,650 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher or lower in range, because we're going to open lower in range today, I expect. Lower in range, 484 of them. Of the days where we opened lower in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.8% of the time were those days. And so we go over here to the overnight volume point of control and go 80.8. Watch this, it's pretty tough. There you go. That's that easy. And then we're going to go down the list. The overnight mid is 82.6. Missed that one. Let's do that over here. Let's go 82.6. There we go. And I will simply go down the list. Now, IRT graciously highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. Another thing that they do, which is pretty handy, notice how the text on some of these levels is blue and not black? At the moment that any of these levels is achieved by the trade or the price in the RTH session, they'll change the text from black to blue. Okay, now let's be sure that I've got the close figured out here before I get all crazy with my lower in range, lower out of range. Yeah. Okay, where am I now? Previous close, 74.2. Okay, let's make sure about that one. And these so many things up here, I can't even tell what I'm doing anymore. Where the hell did the previous close go? Close, RTH, 69.43.75. Do you see that? Okay. Let's go back over here and go 69.43.75. It's lurking right under here. And that is going to be where we put our, this is pretty scary right here. Not scary, but it's on the verge of irritating. 69.9. Because I hate these opens when we're just flopping around on the cusp. You know, they could easily take this up before the open. Right here is the previous close. They could easily jump up there, and then we would be higher in range rather than lower in range. So I'm not going to get too carried away with my levels, except there are some things that will never change. For example, the overnight low is 66.5. That's way down here. That isn't going to go anywhere, no matter what we have. Now, the open type could affect it. For example, the overnight low is 49.0% if we open higher in range, and the overnight low is 56 or 66.5% if we open lower in range. So you see why. And now we're now snuggling right up on the previous close, which is so irritating to me. So I'm going to stand by on that. And once we actually do open or close, I'll make sure that these values are adjusted if they need to be. It's so irritating. And you see how the POC has moved now, because this is a dynamic market now. And I don't imagine that there's going to be, this is a pretty, I don't know, that's a pretty crazy time as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, there we have that. And we'll continue with the statistics in a bit, going to make a snap that I do every day at 8:20 here. So just stand by. This is why I don't. This is exactly why I'm I do the stream. You can see I don't multitask very well, and for me to be screen snapping and doing all of those things is not very smooth, shall we say. Okay. There's that. Whether anybody cares anymore or not, I don't know. So here we go. Back to this. What I was going to say here now is, here is the overnight, and here's yesterday's RTH. Where is the close? And you know what I don't see here is the close. That's pretty stupid, isn't it? I gotta change these. I didn't notice that till I've been doing this for years, and I didn't notice that the specific values are not on these. POC high low, which needs to be high low close, and open actually. Well, that's pretty funny. I'm gonna have to see if I can fix that. Huh? Been doing this for years. Anyway, this is a snap that I put in the TLab every day, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room. Started by a guy named Tom B. And I guess one of the appealing things is that you're never solicited for anything there. I believe that Tom is a, senior experienced trader, even though he doesn't trade live or call trades. And it's a Discord room. So if you want to check that out, you can. And it is a sponsored by Bookmap. So there you have that. I'm not going to spend a lot of time doing that every day like I used to do, going through this long explanation. I don't think it's pertinent to my stream here, actually. So this is what I need to have on that snap right there. That's pretty stupid. I just realized that. Anyway, okay. We are getting ready to rumble here in 7 minutes. What's next? Well, pretty important that we are able to trade, I suppose, yeah? So let's jump over here to Bookmap, and in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock button. Then you need to select a method that you will use to trade with the application using your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with your mouse is the active data column on the chart. Dome, the dome columns, or both. Guess what? I now and have for a long time really believe and lean on the multi-brackets plug-in here, or add-on, I guess they're called. This is where I implement the risk-neutral methodology and bracket orders. So with risk-neutral methodology, the minimum package size is 2 lots because it needs to be even. 2 lots. Then you need to have predefined the stop loss for the package based on your account risk parameters, the market, the volatility, the instrument, etc. And all of that should have been done long before now, long before this period of time, in your overnight period when you're not worried about market open, etc. And so after these are established, you have 12 ticks for the entire package in 2 lots. The first risk neutral scale is automatic. It's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative, and it's for half the package. That's why I say it has to be an even number. Then you have the runner, and you can do any kind of setup after that you want. The important part is that the first risk neutral scale is for the same amount of ticks positive as the stop is negative and for half of the package. And now we're set to go, and the padlock's green. Both. I don't need any of the other tools here in the trade control panel for stops and OCOs and things because I have my multi-bracket set. So I confirm the package size. I have all the metrics that I'm going to need up here as they are displayed here. You can turn these off and on. You don't have to have this set up like I do at all. But you can then click the padlock again. It stays green and you get the real estate back. And now we're ready to trade at 8:30 when the market opens. Okay. Okay, where the hell am I now? What are we going to do for the open? Well, we're likely to open higher in range. God damn it. Irritating. I'll figure that out once we open, and then I'll correct the title here and any pertinent statistics along the road. It's just irritating, as you might imagine. I'm also pretty amazed about this. Info, 15 minutes. No, don't want that one. There's got to be a way to edit that damn thing. So let's see where we are here now. Yeah, 46 quarter. Yeah, we are probably going to be 43 quarter. I don't know. Let's see what happens. As far as I'm concerned, we are now very definitely higher in range, and they're going to open them in 2.5 minutes. So I'd say we're probably going to switch to higher in range, which was the case from yesterday. Oh, it's a pain in the ass. Sorry about that. It is. Only because I want it. Remember that this stream is my virtual journal. Okay? So I need to make sure that I have it as best as I can. 59.9, 69.9 is the close. POC is 80.9. Okay. You see that it's not such a big deal. 1 point different here. This is 80.8 and that was 80.9. The two insides are not that different. And we're going to open in about 15 seconds, so I'm just going to catch up as the market starts to unfold. Good luck. Hook in and hang on. Here we go. 5 seconds. I don't have any delusions of opening. Yes, Jesus, now it won't even do it. It won't do it even if I command it now. That's just marvelous. Son of a bitch. So frustrating. Whoa. Now this overnight IB high and IB low will jump up here to the top of today's trade. They're supposed to, let's put it that way. I don't know if everybody else has the same kind of drama that I do with this. I have a pretty robust system. I build my own computers, trading machines, and they're a pretty robust setup. I'm not sure if it's just me or what the hell the story is, but so frustrating. I'm in the process now of preparing for the a CPU upgrade in this machine. Got a new AIO cooler and all that. Well. Are you through thinking now, you son of a buck? Well, they've taken out this one and they've taken out the POC. Isn't that cute? Doesn't show on the yeah, it does. Notice that the MCVPOC has been tagged over here, and here's the regular one also tagged. But not the case. Not the case on the mini, only on the micro. That they do not trade the same. Some people say, I've known one guy that watches the minis and trades the micros. I don't know how the hell they do that. To me, it makes no sense. But good for them. Whatever works. Like I said, this is not my way or the highway. This is whatever works for you. And this is, I am sharing and, publicly displaying what I do. So you can do whatever you want. Next thing we got to do is get Blue Boy on the job here. This is my top secret, super duper indicator, which is this blue vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. You see, I'm not lying to you. There's RTH, ETH, RTH, ETH, and here we go again. And the only purpose for this is to be able to just glance to my left and confirm that I have the entire session in view here on the chart. So I have a firm understanding about the context of the session for the day. And here we go. So we've opened, we've got some potential critical risk at 9 o'clock. I think you could take that to the bank. We have the S&P PMI out at 845. And Trump is speaking at somewhere, a GOP something or another, so he'll be all fired up about that. Speaking to the base, right? At 9. So use caution about that. That is so weird. I can't believe that that's the case. Oh, that's pretty funny. I need to figure this out and make sure I've got open and close in there. High, low. I don't know what W5 means. Let's see what happens if I put close in there. It breaks everything. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Open, high, low, close. Aren't I smart? Are you watching this? Oh, no, you're not. I'm sorry about that. I'm changing this. I'm changing this around to, oops. I'm changing these around to reflect open, high, low, close. There we go. Now we're cooking. Good looking. Okay, boom. Boom. Make another one of these snaps over here. And now I will not trouble you with watching all of my back office stumbling and bumbling here, but I'm going to repost this. Morning there, Ron. How goes it, my brother? All good, I hope. We got some potential market or auction disruption here. We've got the S&P PMI at 845, and Trump is speaking to a GOP gathering somewhere, which is, of course, completely great for him and them, but we should be careful about that because it will be, I'm sure he'll be pretty excited to, you know, gin up a little enthusiasm around the Maduro thing and Venezuela and all that. So let's, you know, I would suggest be real cautious about your trading. Just keep, you know, mind your risk. That's that. What can I say? Now I got to do some. Get back to what I was doing over here. Not that anybody probably cares, but anyhow, there you are. Okay, where am I? What are we doing here? Who's on third? Well, it looks like it looks like yeah, IBs have lined out with current trade. We've got the blue boy is keeping an eye on things for me here. Again, 8:45 and then 9 o'clock. Cuidado. Definitivamente, exactamente. Cuidado. Muy peligroso. Okay, where the hell am I now? There we go. Let's get back to normal. Well, normal. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what's normal anymore. Okay, doke. Let's see now. Session prices are okay. I guess what I'm going to do now that we've opened is a little catch up, backdoor stuff here. I'm going to go to the correct open type in IRT in the session prices. I mean the statistics. We've opened higher in range. You notice that it's highlighted the correct day and we're correct type. I'm going to correct the statistics so that I have them. They are now correct that we have already opened. Overnight high is 74.5. And the reason I'm doing this is, I hope makes sense. This is this is my journal, right? So this is a record, a permanent record, and the stream. And I want these levels to be correct when I go back and review them. I won't do the IB high and low of the previous because those are things that are dynamic at this moment, right? But previous high and that kind of thing, definitely. And that's the reason. Previous high is 58.3. You know, that's previous high is a previous high. It can't change. And previous low, same idea. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? $35.0. And this is a good opportunity to point out these are absolutely only statistics and probabilities. They are very definitely not hard, fast lines in the sand, eh? 35% probability that we take out the previous RTH low. The overnight low is 48.9. See, this was based, I had entered this based on opening lower end range, so it's 48.9. 48.9. However, that doesn't discount the point I was going to make. The overnight low is below the previous low. How the hell are we going to get to 48.9 without getting through 35 first? These are probabilities, period. The probability or the number of times out of a 1,651 day data set that this, this level was revisited by price in the RTH session. That's it. Be sure that that's clear. These are not hard, fast. Oh my God. Well, wait a minute. You said it was going to go to the low and it didn't, and I lost all my money. Yeah, don't forget, I'm in the same boat here. This is my money that's going on here, not prop money or anybody else's money. What have I got? 69.7 is the previous close, and that was right here. 69.9. Well, that's close enough. Okay. And there's the overnight high. Bango, 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 bongo. Let's see if that's the correct one. Overnight high is 74.5. Isn't that cute? Boom. And now we're going to be looking at the overnight, at the previous RTH high up here, maybe. What else did I miss along the road down here? Nothing. Good enough for the girls I go with. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good enough. All right, let's get back to the business at hand now. I can't believe after literally years that I've been posting those snaps, I never noticed that stupid info box didn't have them open and close on it. That's pretty incredible. Yeah, that's what happens when I do things just, rote, mechanically, just boom. Oh, it's time for the TLab snap, and I just do that and move on. And I obviously never look at that snap. That chart was developed strictly long ago when I was an active participant in the TLab, and so far back that it was in the days when it wasn't a sponsored thing, and Tom would stream live for like 4 hours a day. It was great. And that meant a lot to me in those times. Not that it doesn't mean a lot now, but anyway, one of the things I noticed was that there'd be, 50 people filling up the chat with the Discord chat with them. What was the POC? What was the POC? What was, or what's the whatever, the close, whatever it was. And I thought, well, if all of those people had a one-stop source for all the numbers, maybe that would help everybody and lighten the load on the Discord chat. That's why I came up with this snap right here. And I've been pushing it out for years since then. But I just noticed today when I was looking for the close that this current, all I had to do was go to this 43.5. That 69.43 half is closed from yesterday's RTH. Boom, that's all I needed to do. And it wasn't on there. That was really stupid. There you go. So we're open. We're approaching, we've had the PMI number out at 45, and we're approaching the and we are approaching a cliff. We're approaching the 9 o'clock hour, which is I want to do that. I want to do this. Let me just say a thing about risk and all this, and here we go. How the hell can they have a picture of him? It's at 9 o'clock Central? Or maybe it was at 9 o'clock Eastern. Now that's going to be kind of interesting if this isn't doing the time the way I think it is. No, I'm right. Anyway. Yeah, they're going to take it up here, and they tagged out these finally, so I'm going to call that square and get rid of that thing. I'm not even going to bother turning them black. I'm just going to turn them off. Oh, that's the low, and here's the high. Never mind. We haven't officially closed this gap yet, so never mind. Never mind. From the 23rd and the 26th. They've been lurking out there for quite a long while. Jesus, come on, man. Goddamn crazy shit. I am so sick and tired of this thing lagging. I've done reg edits and turned off stuff and whatever else. I don't know what to do. I gotta think it's me. I think one of the problems that I have here, I believe, is that I'm pushing a lot of data, and this OBS and the streams takes a lot of horsepower out of this machine. What I was getting ready to say was, and let's see if I have a, I think I do, yeah. Let me say that when I make comments about the news and unidentified critical risk and that stuff, it is absolutely not political in any way. I don't care who you voted for or care, and vice versa, actually. But here's something that's really important to be aware of. We know, for example, that next Friday, this week, at 7:30 in the morning, non-farm payroll is going to be released. That's one of the biggest numbers and most impact on the market, typically, that there is. And we've known that for 25 years. That's why I like IRT, or investing.com, because they focus on those scheduled, stable, consistent economic releases and reports, FOMC meetings, FOMC rate decisions, that kind of thing. We are now in an environment where we have unidentified, unplanned, shall I say, critical risk. And my reason for saying that is, look right here at this day. This was a Friday, the 10th of October. That's 229 points drop in the market based on a tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning on Truth Social. perfectly fine for the guy to tweet. Trump can do what he wants, right? But if you weren't covered, you didn't have your risk protected, you had a really bad day. And this came out of no place. Nobody had any clue that that was happening. So that's why I think it's really important in this environment to be extremely careful about your risk and realize that a trader's job is to protect your account and to increase your account. And you first way you do that is manage your risk. So it's no political comment, but it is definitely a fact and the truth that needs to be recognized. And anybody that argues with that is just, go poke your head back in the sand, because that's not, that's because it's not reality. Be realistic, or I think, I don't know. Never mind. So here we are. We're off. We're open. Badoo, badoo, badoo. It's 8:45. Coming up 9 o'clock. Oh boy, we're so excited. We're going. Market's going to the moon, Alice. The market just got up to yesterday's high, by the way, right there. We do have this gap high up above us, which is this little goodie right over here. When they tried to run up for a new all-time high at Christmas and didn't make it. Now, it'll be interesting to see what happens today, because there's been more than one, in addition to this risk out of no place, there's been a couple of occasions when there's been an early morning tweet, buy stock now or something like that. And turns out it was a good idea. That's, I don't know, I won't comment on whether that's a harbinger of insider advice or what the hell it is, but well, there was a tweet at 7:53 this morning, 7:15 this morning, that on Truth Social, that right here, you can read it for yourself. Right there. The U.S. markets just hit another all-time high. All of them. Thank you, Mr. Tariffs. Well, at 7:15 this morning, there were no markets that had hit an all-time high. And haven't for days. Weeks, actually. So I was wondering, did I miss something? I actually started looking at my data. Was my data screwed up? What's going on? And now here we've opened, and what's the market doing? So was this another one of those instances when, is this another Trump bump? I think is what they called him. I don't know. That'd be great if we had a situation where you were aware of that and you could just go long at the open and hook in and hang on, wouldn't it? That'd be super. I'd like that for sure. And here's the open. And what are we doing? Be pretty funny if there was such a brazen scheme in place, wouldn't it? Okay, when I tweet something in the morning, you guys be sure and do that. It'd be too cool for school, I'll tell you. I'd like it. Lanny? So, yeah, what is this for? Why are we doing this? I have no clue. PMI is down. The only numbers out this morning are the PMI, and that's bad. And I guess we're just going up on fumes. I don't know. Or crack or whatever they're smoking over there. Beats the hell out of me. That's pretty, yeah. I don't get it. I don't know what to say. I got nothing to say that would be worthwhile. But boy, this is definitely a opening drive. No question about that. Look at this. Look at this over here. Definitely an opening drive. Boy, I'll tell you, they are just going crazy. I don't like days like this. I don't like the market to go flying up on some just random knee-jerk kind of thing. That those are hard for me to figure out. Harder than usual, I guess I should say. Or what is it? Buy the rumor, sell the news. But in this case, it's the other way around. I don't know what to say. Got no idea. Well, it's already 9:10. A big fat hen. So my my approach to these markets is to only take vetted setups and trades based on what I believe is the methodology used by the most successful traders and hedge fund guys in the world. And they have recognized, I'm talking about Jim Simmons and Thorpe, Dalio, Sosnoff, and guys that have made billions of dollars doing this. They've realized that the market is random and that it is a business of probabilities and statistics. So you only take vetted setups and trades which have a pre-identified expectancy, edge, whatever you want to call it. And that's what I'm doing. The two trades which I have taken here, or that I've developed and vetted, are the initial balance trades. There are two of which, one is a continuation and the other is a failure, which is a mean reversion. And they apply to both the IB high and the IB low, but look, we're at the high now, so let's talk about that. First of all, there's no available trade or anything possible until 9:30, because that's when the initial balance statistic is set. Remember the definition of the initial balance levels, they're just the high and the low of the first 1 hour. So 9:30. And the way I've gone after this is to develop a system, a set of rules, which I believe identifies a trade around those two levels, and backtested that, which means that I select a number of days to backtest, which reminds me, okay, that's good. Which reminds me that I have to push this over here. And then the computer evaluates each one of the rules over each 1 minute, and you determine statistically, probability-wise, if you have an edge or not. So that's what I'm done. Now, this is the IRT. This is the simulated environment within IRT. So any trade what I'm going to do now is send this system to the chart over here. And I'm going to do that like this. Take these off because I don't want all the lines being drawn all over everywhere. Okay. Now this is today. And any trade which presents itself based on these rules today will be traded by the system, and they'll be graphed or plotted over here. They will not be pushed to my Bookmap IRT, my Bookmap AMP live funded account. What I will do is I will manually take the trade over here, enter, and using the multi-brackets, which are the same as we have here on IRT. So I hope that's clear. And they just keep going up, man. I guess they got to hurry up and get up there to get those all-time high on all markets. Thanks, Mr. Tariffs. Jesus. I wonder if that's really, I don't know. I just have a hard time understanding reality anymore, I guess. And maybe it's me, maybe they're right and I'm wrong. Maybe everybody's right and I'm wrong. I don't know. Who knows? So there we are, and we will have an opportunity to start. One of the nice advantages of trading, vetted setups is nothing's a surprise or a big hurry. I know that the first thing that has to happen is I have to have the initial balance statistic in place. I then know that the first rule of my system, of which there are only 3, keep it simple, stupid. That's my my methodology. Needs to be in the IB statistic, and then it'll be one of the pullback or continuation zones, and then the trigger. So I just sit and wait for them to happen or not. Simple. Very simple. Well, here is a very definite opening drive, I guess you could say, or a Trump bump, or whatever else it is. Hey, Panda. Okay. Here we are. Back at it. What do you do? I don't know. I don't like days like this. It's, yeah. No question about what we're doing today. Which way is context? Any question in anybody's mind? I guess not. Promise you, I wouldn't be interested in taking a short. And this is, I've talked about this in the pre-market, but I realize the whole thinking behind if you vet a trade or vet a setup, and you don't take that setup every time it presents itself in the live market, that you've unwound some of the work you did in vetting. I'm also, maybe this is just my human brain going on, but I also don't think jumping in front of a freight train is a good idea just because something signaled that you should do that. I realize that when I backtest, if I select 500 days and run this system over 500 days, I get a backtest. And it would look like this. Okay. Every one of these is a backtest. 500 days, 499 days, 1,000 trades, 991 trades, and then you get all the specifics and the statistics that you're looking for, that I'm looking for here. I ran December last night. December straight up. December with a 12-tick trailing stop to see what the numbers are. And I realize that you don't have there's no input or discretion or anything involved in that. But at the same time, I guess I'm just, maybe that's one of the problems. I would be real hard pressed to take a short. And in my opinion, that's trading against context, and that's not the thing to do. So I'm not going to. And I have nothing to do yet because nothing has been signaled. Nothing has been, there's no IB yet. Once we have an initial balance, there will be these pullback and continuation and trigger zones will start to plot over here. They will also push to here, to the book map, and we'll see what happens. We will see what we will see. This is not an initial balance. This is not the IB statistic because it's not 9:30 yet. So and there we have it. And this is where trading, without vetted trades, more of a discretionary manner. Like some of the guys in Static just saw that opening drive and jumped on along, and away they went. They're all tickled to death. If you want to be technical about it, this is a 3-bar reversal. I don't know how well that works, but there you go. Well, we're just really banging on it, though, aren't we? Got a minute and a half to go, and we're banging on the highs up here. I'm not even going to bother with my usual speech about do not trade toward the statistic. I guess I can though, and it is, it's really tempting to a lot of traders, including me. What is context? There's no question about it. It's up. Where are we? We're right below the IB high. Got a minute to go, or a minute and a half to go for the initial balance trade to be set. We're above VPOC. We're above the VWAPs. We're above everything. Boy, I'm just positive we're going to take the initial balance high, and you get long down here somewhere, and then you get stopped out. So I don't trade in anticipation of a statistic. I don't think it's got a long-term success plan. So here was a consolidation. Boy, look at them. And say you got long right here. Let's see what happens. Just for fun. 47-ish. Let's say 47. Or 74, sorry. So if you get to 77, you are risk neutral. And there's the statistic. If you get to 71, you're stopped out. Of course, based on a 2-lot, risk neutral and all that stuff. Based on the basic risk neutral setup. Now I believe that I have, let's check something here. Yeah, I've got a 12-tick stop and a 12-tick target. Ooh, 48-tick T2, and I'm gonna trail at 12 ticks up to 12 ticks because that seemed to be the best methodology when I was backtesting them last night or early this morning. You see we're at 9:30 now, so the statistic is hot, and here come the levels. And the levels will now push, these levels will push across the book map. Or, that's the plan. Anyway. And remember that our entry there in that anticipation trade was at 74. And here come the levels, right? There they are. And here comes that stop if you try to go in anticipation. I'm telling you, it's not to be the harbinger of bad news or a, wet blanket, but boy, that is a real, in my personal trading experience, apart from this stream, that had, there's the stop. If you got long with a 3-point risk neutral trade at 74, looking for the target, looking for the statistic. Yeah. Not fun for anyone. So just a brief maybe description of how the system works, and it's real simple. Like I said, there's only 3 rules. I'm sorry that I am not very imaginative in my rule naming strategy. It's A, B, and trigger. There you go. The first rule, or the first, they call them rules over here. That's the reason I refer to that. Trading rules, right? That's the reason it's got nothing to do with, that's just the nomenclature in IRT. The first signal or the first step in the process is the initial balance high or low. It needs to be achieved, and it needs to be achieved in the direction that I'm anticipating or that I prefer it to go. In other words, if we come up here and just pop through the IB high, by the statistics in IRT to do with the the statistics that are put into Bookmap, it is considered, because all that statistic is based on the touch or the or exceeding the IB. For my signals here, I want to have the IB high, but the previous bar to the signal bar needs to have in the case of the high, it needs to have an open lower than the close. In other words, price is moving up when it goes there, when it makes that statistic. That's A. B, price continues up to the continuation zone or comes back to the pullback zone, and that's a B. Second rule, second step. Then price trades back towards the initial balance and gets into the trigger zone, and that signals the trade, long or short. Simple. Keep it simple, stupid. And I need to do that, so I do. Make these a little bigger, easier to see, and here we go. There we are, boys and girls. Boy, whatever. Whoever. And well, look at there. Trading to that statistic wasn't the best idea. See what I mean? Not the I told you so situation, but most of what I say here, that as I pointed out in the pre-market, this is my virtual journal. All of the video is captured, the market data is captured by the video. The only way I get my thinking into the recording here and on the stream is through my narration or my voiceover, and I can get my thinking at the moment there. That's how it's recorded. When I say things most of the time, then I'm talking to myself. When I'm talking about things like, I don't recommend, my advice is don't trade toward the statistic. I'm trying to just share that advice with anybody that may come across the stream or be viewing or participating now. And it's based on my experience. I tried that a whole bunch of times and got my ass kicked. And right now somebody else tried it. They got their ass kicked too. That simple. Nothing magical, nothing, you don't need to have a big wizard hat on or any of that stuff. It's just, it is what it is. And I have actually journals, local journals in Excel and whatnot that are on another machine here that I can't share with this, but I don't have any Office products on this machine. In case you didn't notice, I stream the entire monitors not just the application, so you can see any programs that are open, the hours, minutes, seconds, date, everything on this trading machine. The idea being that we have some clarity, accountability, all that stuff. Yeah, so the PMIs are both bad. And what's happened? Well, we've decided to listen to the great one. Oh, we're gonna build weapons. We're gonna become an aggressive country of war, apparently. Wow. I guess that's the new deal. Anything to I guess anything for misdirection away from Epstein files, I guess. I hate to seem so callous, but boy, that seems like it, doesn't it? And as the severity of the reaction to those files increases, it seems like the misdirection response also increases. Now we're tipping over countries and whisking away their presidents, and we're going to build weapons, and we're going to have boots on the ground, and like we don't have enough weapons, Oof. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard for me to figure out. And I'll be the first to say I'm not a pundit or a student of the markets necessarily. I'm no finance training or background or anything like that. Just an old cowboy from Montana. Trying to get by. Barely getting there and barely getting by. To quote a country song. That I suppose nobody's heard but me, probably. From, the hell was their names? Wild Western Windblown Band in Casper, Wyoming, at the Beacon Club. Get his name. It's a bunch of local guys. He has some good music, though. Back in the day. Well, we would be approaching a trade that was suggested yesterday by Antonio to maybe look for vetting my next setup. And it's a VWAP to VPOC trade. What the hell does that mean? Well, if you look at over here, here's the session. There's Blue Boy on duty. And what's the context of the session? So far, it's been up like Kelsey's nuts. POC has migrated higher. That's another one a lot of people look for. I'm not successful at that trading that one at all. The VWAP to VPOC is one of the TLab ones or trades that a lot of people brandish about. Come down here and touch one of these two guys, and then you've got, the market is trending higher, value's moving higher, and your target is going to be up there. There's a few things you need to think about, definitely, with that setup if you're thinking about it. Is there enough meat on the bone? You've got to have what I used to actually have a hard point in my trade plan about risk range. In other words, in order to take let's use this as a perfect example. Price comes down here. If I want to take a trade from this area towards the POC, in other words, a mean reversion around this fractal, I have to have an unobstructed path from my entry to my risk neutral scale. And then where's the target? Well, not much range there, huh? Get down here at 63, you got 71, so that's sort of reasonable. But you see what I mean? The range requirement needed to be there. Since I'm only trading the initial balance vetted trades now, that's not so much a thing for me because I'm not trading discretionarily. What's the right way to say that? Discretionally, maybe that's it. And let's see now. Well, everybody was excited. All new highs. No, wait a minute. We didn't do all new highs. Notice that the POC for the micro composite didn't move at all. Let's see what happened over here. Now, the naked volume point of control from way back. If you notice on most of my charts, I'll have an info box. When I hover over a specific candle or bar, all of the details about that will show up over here. So right there, that was the 30th of December. And that's our naked volume point of control that's just been tagged out. Now it's pretty much aligned again over here. What does any of that mean? I have no idea. It's interesting, isn't it, how perspective can look so different. Look at the perspective here of price. PO down to the VWAP. Looks pretty close, doesn't it? This looks like we're setting up for a P-shaped profile, which is short covering. What's going on here? But over here, it doesn't look quite so appealing. It's real important to keep, for me, it's real important to keep a consistent sense of scale and proportion in these markets. With this kinds of software, Bookmap especially, you can get all screwed in so tight you don't even know whether you're foot or horseback. You don't know where you went and where you're going or where you came from. I don't, let's put it that way. IRT has always been more of a consistent. It's kind of why I always look at it as a gold standard for myself, because I can understand kind of what's happening. These are Renko charts. I can see some sort of, relative movement that for me can be lost quickly over here. There you go. Where have we been? Where are we going? And that's only 1 minute. Huh? That's only a 1 minute. That's a 1 minute periodicity. Right here, down here. Boom, boom, boom on the timeline. Does that mean anything to you? It doesn't me. I used to be very diligent about migrating VPOCs because I would keep 5 minutes down here on the timeline. And who knows where the yellow brick road has been? Do you? I don't. But when you do this, when you have Blue Boy in view, you definitely know what's going on. I do. Let me rephrase that whole sentence. And I tried to keep, I try to keep 1 point high on the price ladder. So I know that it's 1 point and I know where context has been. Just me. Just throwing them out there for you. Maybe it's helpful, maybe it's not. Maybe you just square dancing to the music, I don't know. I have no speakers in here, so if the music's loud or weird or something, throw something in the chat, let me know. I have to put my headset on if I want to listen to what's going on there, and I stood here for a long time with a headset and a boom mic on that Logitech something or another. It's it that I have, and I was real happy to get the mic and stuff. A lot more relaxing. The mixer and the mic and all that stuff. Can't believe that all this time I had not noticed that this chart didn't have the open and close. That's pretty weird. Well, I don't know about weird, but does now, by golly, and will continue to do so. So we are well into our initial balance, and it is stuck in the middle again, and I'm not upset about that. I think I have discovered, and I think anybody else will too, and people who do trade professionally or successfully have the same idea, have come to the same conclusion. Most of the time, trading is boring. You're standing here, in my case standing, anticipating what the market may do, when and if it will get to your specific setup, trigger, whatever that is in your world. I've already, in detail explained mine for the initial balance trades. And the rest of the time you're standing here. If if you can't do that and you think that it's an adrenaline game or a dopamine fix, or you can't keep clicking the mouse, you need to rethink that whole idea. Just my opinion. And once again, and I will continue to do this through the day, this is in no way, or what I say or what I do here, my way or the highway. I don't feel that way at all. If you do something that's consistently profitable for you, by all means don't change. And second of all, share it in the chat up here so we can figure it out too. This is what I'm doing, and I share it openly and in complete detail, specifically. Here's what my setups are like. Here's what I'm going to do. When I'm getting ready to trade, I will be calling them out, because I'm watching the signals and what I'm thinking. That's the only way I can get what I'm thinking at the moment into the stream. I'm not trying to give anybody financial advice, but I'm trying to provide myself with a comprehensive journal about what I'm doing and why. So a quick check, which I always do after 9:30, and this has not been any kind of urgency, so let's confirm, I have both methods of interacting with Bookmap with the mouse activated. I have a 2-lot risk neutral package. I happen to know that's the only 2-lot package I've got set up over there, so there we go. And all of my metrics are up here and standard by. And I can shut this back off because I don't need anything else. And I'm going to clear them and I'm going to close them. I had a real weird experience last night that bears talking about, maybe. I'll talk about that here in a second. Here we are at the VWAP and the mid. These are both VWAP mid. They're both Tom set up that Tom calls them structured trades or whatever else. I've never seen anybody over there share their actual details as I do, their backtesting data. which is disappointing for me. I wish they would. I think we would all learn from it more, but que sera. What I was going to say was, I shut the system down, as I always close the stream at 1500, and then we had to run out to the college with Tam, which we did. We left just a little before 4, and I closed Bookmap. I keep my IRT is up and running from 1700 on Sunday night until 1600 on Friday. Actually, it goes through the weekend, but I shut them off and redo the machines. The session prices continually plot, but I close Bookmap down at 1600 typically every day, and then restart it after 1700. So each complete ETH RTH session is a recording, which I've got back a few years now. And when we got back, I opened Bookmap up as usual and don't have the trade control panel activated, which is the only way you can enter a trade. If this is not green, you can click any freaking where you want to click on the thing. As my understanding, you can click any place you want to click and you're not going to get an order, including hotkeys, which you can do with your keyboard at any point. But you still have to have the trade control panel activated, as I understand it. And I'm standing here after some period of time getting, a few hours of messing around with working on the backtest and whatever. And I happened to wind the system in like this. And I look down here at the bottom and there's a buy limit laying down here. I didn't do that. I took one trade yesterday. I shut the system off, went through a close, went through an open, and there's a buy limit order down here. Hadn't been executed. Now, I didn't see anything over here on the heat map chart. I clicked on the trade control panel, and all of a sudden, I could see this, and I immediately did cancel and close, and there was this big order down here, and I can actually prove all of this. Right here. Look at this. Buy limit 2 lot. Nothing's activated. This is where I had turned on, and I was looking at levels, What it alerted me was when Bookmap had reopened, and I had this stupidness going on with the volume profile. I'm thinking, now what is that? So I, closed her down. I moved over here and I noticed this. I went, wait a minute, what the hell is this? There's a buy limit order laying down here at whatever that is, 15. So I quickly initiated the trade control panel and canceled and closed, and look at this shit. Now, this says that this order was put in the market at 1800. Right there. That's when that limit order, was put in the book. I wasn't here at 1800. We got back, started the system up. Now, this is all retrospect, right? Because once you load it, it loads historical data, and I had put in Blue Boy and all that stuff, and then I got to looking at this, and it says this. I'm going, wait a second. I have no clue what happened. I'm not going to say anything necessarily, except here in the stream, but so make a mental note, have it part of your daily checklist, cancel and close all the frickin' time. Man, I'll try to get to the bottom of it at some point, but that's a definite heads up. And here we are. We're doing the diddle in the middle, baby. Well, I'm just walking along. Well, here we go. Took a loss, okay, what does that mean? How did that work? I don't know. I don't see any trades here. There's a thing I think that's important to remember. There's a thing I think seems like I'm becoming inarticulate in my age here. There's an important concept to keep in mind, I believe, and that is psychologically proven, supposedly, that humans can only do they can only consistently keep a relatively short checklist or group of criteria in mind. You know, some of these fellas I watch or talk to or trade with on, Static or wherever, and they've got, 15 different things, a checklist that they're going to try to do before they put on a trade, is a recipe of disaster, I believe. That I'm talking about this initial balance trades. One of the first things I tried to be real aware of was only it has 3 rules, or signals, or whatever you want to call them. And some fellas have a whole bunch. If you can do that, that's great. But now, if you have a checklist and you run down, I was a pilot for a long time, and I know about checklists, right? So you can run down a checklist, and that's a different thing. In a way, one of the first things they stress is don't commit a checklist to memory. You know, typical. Because you're liable to leave out an important part or step. And that's, I think if you keep your trading, you know, the KISS principle at all times when trading, I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. Just saying. And trading like this, trading as a business based on statistics and probabilities, again, is not an adrenaline game. It's not gambling. It's not hurry, scurry, and blurry. It's not a dopamine rush. But then again, somebody once said to me when I was young, well, that's why they call it work. Otherwise, they'd call it play. You know, and that's kind of it, I think. This is a job. This is work. The way I am approaching it and my goal and, you know, this is my business is to sustain myself and my family. This is not anything about an extracurricular activity or a lot of fun and there's nothing wrong with doing any of that stuff. If you like going to Las Vegas or Reno or gambling every day by just throwing trades on, super. If you've got a nice, you know, career up, which I did up until a year ago, I'd be quite cavalier with how I traded. But that, you know, it's a pretty big shock when you've been working for somewhere for a while, 10 or 12 years, and company gets bought, and all of a sudden, without any notice, boom, you're out the door. And I thought of that as I figured that was a sign from somebody that I better get this together, because I have worked for myself most of my adult life until later, you know, like last 10, 15 years. And then I worked for this other company, and it was quite successful and quite lucrative, and I had pretty much autonomy and freedom and whatever else. And then the company got sold, and Fruit Loops. And the pisser. But hey, here I am. So this is serious for me, and this is not just to give you some insight or give the stream some insight as to where I'm coming from. And I'm not sitting on some big pile of cash either. That's an important thing to remember or to understand. Okay. Now, Tom and those would say this is the price check at aisle 3. Is this still too low? This POC, where we migrated from? Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's maybe a great idea. There is enough range here, risk, you know, to get up to the T1. So I just don't, those are too vague for me. That's one of the problems with the initial, or with the VWAP, or the POC trades is you'll find that with any trading, there are common sense sounding statements or, declarations on either side of everything. You can justify anything. And that's why I think it's real important to base what I do on probabilities and statistics, trading an edge and trading an edge only. And the fallback for me is not only is this the methodology identified and adopted by the most successful hedge funds and traders in the world, but it's the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. They don't trade any game, play any game, which they have not pre-identified an edge. Then they put that game on the casino floor, and their only mission in all those people on the floor, in the pit, and everywhere else, their only mission in life is to play the game as many times in 24 hours as they can. They know there'll be winners. They know there'll be losers. That's why they never get emotional. They don't care. Yeah, thanks. Okay, here, have a drink and deal the next hand. That's it. Because they're relying on the law of large numbers to manifest the edge to their bank account. And that's the whole theory behind this trading methodology. You establish an edge, you identify an edge, and you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that percentage edge to your bank or to your account. Now, the way to do that is the larger the sample size of those trades, i.e. the large numbers, the better off you are. Better off I am, let's put it that way. And I want to reinforce the idea, and or the I don't know, that's maybe not the right way to say it, but I want to reiterate: we have not taken an initial balance trade yet. The initial balance levels or statistic has not been met, and if I remember right, it was a 97.6% probability today. Is that right? It's a 97.4% probability that the IB high or low will be revisited by price at some point in this RTH session between 9:30 Central Standard Time and 1600. What else does that mean? What other fact is there? There is a 2.6% probability that we will take neither one. This is not 100%. And if you look down here a little bit somewhere, there's a 31% probability we'll take them both. Now, it's easy to laugh and say, yeah, right, not take either one at 2.6%. Well, about a month ago, we did that on a Friday. We traded all flipping day long and did not take the initial balance, either one of the initial balance statistics. So it's, that's it. And I cannot allow myself to fall into a trap of, this has got to happen, because it doesn't have to happen. What's happened here? There's the open. There's the open right here. Here's, oh boy, we're going to the moon. Do I know what that means next? No, absolutely not. Do I care? Well, it would be interesting to know, but am I going to try to predict it? Absolutely not. Oh, look here. Now what are we going to do? VPOC migration low. Okay, let's get short. You know, soup. We're talking retail soup, baby. Now what do we got? Oh, we're having a square dance for the POCs. Okay. Okay. I don't know whether Trump's done talking or not. They're busy talking about the AMD CEO now. Usually they'll say Trump's comments are finished or whatever, you know, the address is over or something like that. I see now why the big thing about the stock markets and thank you, Mr. Tariffs and all that stuff. The Supreme Court has said that Friday is going to be the opinion day, and it's likely that it will be about the tariffs. So obviously why he's been going on about that, trying to do his bit for his cause. Completely normal. Completely normal. There you go. Let's see, what am I trying to do here? And there we go. I never understand why I have these kind of things. There's a gap right there in the action. I don't know why. Obviously a bar missing there, I think. Let's look. For 929. 31, yeah. Should have, what happened to 30? 27, 28, 29. Weird, huh? Well, Trump's through speaking. That's good. I mean, I don't care whether he's done or not. It's good to know that he's through, so that risk is off the table for now. And then we're going to have another one at 13:30. And we've got now AMD and followed by NVIDIA CEOs giving speeches around the corner and around. So here we go. No signals, no trades, nobody left on third for me at this point. Hey, Richard. Pretty crazy day so far. Definite opening drive then, and then it kind of fell off. No updates on my system front here. A lot of political horseplay going on this week. It all made sense after a little while. Started out with some early tweets and then come to find out to do with the heralding the virtues of tariffs and all that stuff, and what a fantastic market, and thank you, Mr. Tariff, and all that kind of stuff, and crazy stuff. The one tweet that was pretty weird this morning, I thought, was this one at 7:15 this morning. We're not at all-time highs anywhere. Thank you, Mr. Tariff. And then he came out with, then we had these things and a big bunch of speaking at 9. And then it finally showed up that this is why this is all going on. The Supreme Court is going to make their decision about tariff, whether Trump has the ability to do that or not, on Friday, likely. So, explains the posturing. I was kind of curious why all of a sudden it started happening today out of no place, but now I know. Now we know. And also be aware that Friday is non-farm payroll at 7:30, so going to be quite the Friday. And I think Michigan probably. Well, I don't know. Let's look. Oh, wrong one. Wrong button. There we go. This week. So, yeah. Bad news across the board there. Tuesday, not so good on the S&P. And Friday. On-farm payrolls, unemployment rate, Michigan number, Michigan consumer sentiment, that's a big one. But obviously the Fed or the Supreme Court ruling isn't listed here on investing.com, so it's going to be quite a Friday. If you got your volatility shoes on, you're going to be all set. Yeah, well, I don't know what to say there. They're so focused on the short-term cycle and news cycle and ratcheting up any kind of a distraction away from this Epstein thing that that's my take on it anyway. Notice how every time there's a release and a big dust up over that Epstein thing, something new happens. Hey, look over there. You know, maybe they've got, well, I don't know. I can't think of a Houdini or I can't think of a current magician, but Ben and Stiller or whatever their names are. Somebody, you know, running the reality TV. I didn't hear the comments, but apparently there was some news thing, and he was threatening, well, Colombia, you're going to be next, and then Mexico, and you know, I guess, I don't know, and Greenland, going to attack Greenland, and that's, Jesus, I don't know. We got to build more weapons. I got no. It's not funny, but it is kind of, you know, son of a gun. I don't know. And everybody's got their own little agenda, you know. I mean, Rubio's whole thing is to try to expedite the fall of, pull the next brick out of the wall is going to be Cuba, so him and all of his family members can go back. Funny, you know, Venezuela's been relatively recent since Chavez. Look how long Cuba's been 90 miles off American shore and remains. All of the Fed speakers I've noticed reading through the financial juice is all, everybody's pointing out we better be real careful and watch both of the mandates and, you know, all that stuff. The thing that bothers me about all of this noise is these guys are playing with the lives of millions of Americans over some sort of, you know, it's like a pissing contest. It's really disappointing to me. It's just like millions of Venezuelans. But then again, that's who they are. It's pretty funny. I was reading some news over the weekend, and Jim Jordan, that's head of the Judicial Committee, who is a pretty loose cannon as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, nobody asked me. He's busy attacking, gonna have Jack Smith, you know, file charges and grand jury deposition and grand jury indictment and all this kind of stuff. based on this report that's been put forward and all these things that are, being said by Jack Smith and all this, and they're all quotes from the Senate Intelligence Committee report on that period of time, which was chaired by, and the report issued by and signed by Marco Rubio. I don't know how the hell. I guess the attention span of the typical news watchers here now, and I guess they don't even need to worry about that. It's, all of the stuff that was said is based on a Republican committee report chaired by and signed by and issued by Marco Rubio, the current Secretary of State. And that doesn't seem to matter. They don't even, I guess they don't worry about that. It's the weirdest thing to me. and I may be missing the big picture, I guess. It's pretty goofy. That's for sure. Well, we're in a situation trade-wise here where it's just, it's so middle of the road retail soup event that my mind is starting to wander to news I read over the weekend, so that's not a good thing. But, anything that you can do to not overtrade, I don't have a problem with that myself. But I suppose you could say if I did have a associated problem, it might be more of a paralysis by analysis than it is overtrading. But I hope not. That's why I focus on trying to stick to the system and be guided by that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and now it's even more so with this apparent shift to, let's divide the world up three ways and let the chips fall where they may, with China and Russia and this goofy guy going around. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. Such a disappointment for me because things were pretty good about a year ago or a little more, And at least we weren't in a situation where we are now. NATO could rely on NATO, and, there was sort of a consensus of opinion that, just moseying into other countries and killing a bunch of people because you thought that would be a fun thing to do wasn't a good idea. Another one of the short news cycle things that really amazes me is this whole drama about why we tipped over Venezuela and, spirited away or Maduro and his wife and all this kind of stuff is all this drug noise. 10 days ago, Trump pardoned a convicted in prison, reportedly one of the biggest drug kingpins of all time, and they pardoned him. I don't get it. And nobody seems to remember that. And definitely one drug person who definitely impacted America. Some guys in a goddamn outboard, I know I've said this before, but 2 or 3 guys in an outboard motor off the coast of Venezuela got a hell of a long way to go before they can get close to America. Not the same can be said for what was going on in Honduras. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. But seems like nobody cares. Or remembers, or I don't know what. Don't know. I truly don't know. Wish I'd wake up and realize it was all a bad dream. Well, boy, oh boy, if this isn't an episode of or a session where you're going to develop some patience and be sure that you are aware of Monkey Boy, and this is a good one. These are good exercises, like going to the gym. Yeah, I saw some news thing or something over the weekend where the Monroe Doctrine is what people are saying. Are we reverting back to that kind of a disaster? And somebody's calling it the Don Rowe Doctrine now. It's 11 o'clock already. We're into RTH 2. And the flip flops on this kind of shit. A minute ago, this was a big no against the law. We're not going to do this. Now, according the U.S. government is working feverishly on licenses to export H-200 chips to China. Yeah. It's the most bizarre thing to me. You know, those chips were banned from being shipped to China as under the guise of national security. Now, apparently, what's right? I don't know. I don't know. And I probably never will. Nothing happening here, boy. Nothing to see here. Move along. Sound like a cop. I'd prefer to be a cop in police squad, I think, than a cop regularly. Well, I think it's one of the things that happens in America typically, and it was actually even given a name, the silent majority. It's all the nutcases that make all the noise, you know. Now, don't forget that Trump got elected, I guess. There seems to be a lot of question about that, really, whether this last election was in fact a rigged, cooked up deal or not, to do with Florida in particular. I have no clue about that. Who the hell knows? And at this point, I don't care. I think that a lot of Americans, especially even the MAGA people, the red ball cap squad, they're starting to think, well, wait a minute, what is all this? You know, turning the White House into a, Louis the 15th whorehouse, gold crap everywhere, and tearing down East Wing to build a ballroom, and going to Italy to shop for marble, and Jesus, the whole Doge thing, which ended up costing the American taxpayers money, not saving 50 cents. I think those things are starting to come home to roost. I actually saw an interesting, it was funny, blurb, meme, or whatever you call it, deal. Nancy Reagan, who you may not know or probably do, was the wife of President Ronald Reagan. And, I was steadfast and against gays until our daughter came out. I was completely against stem cell research until Ronnie got Alzheimer's disease. And there was one other thing. And the point of that meme, or whatever you call them, cartoon or whatever, was, that is how that side of this society is operational. As long as it's not bothering me, I'm going to be up on my bandwagon about it. The very split second that it's got something to do with me, now all bets are off. I changed my whole opinion. And I think that's the problem, I think that's one of the problems, is people aren't looking at aren't considering the big picture. One of the surprising things is the younger generation that seem to be thinking that it's great to be a racist and a bigot and a fascist and that kind of thing. And now they're starting to kind of think. I actually heard some girl being interviewed, I don't know where it was at, one of these things like that Charlie Kirk group, whatever his group was called. They have these, I don't know, whatever those things are called. He was talking, this guy was interviewing him, said, well, what do you think about this and that? And she was She said, well, you know, the memes are so funny, like ICE chasing down immigrants and stuff. And I thought to myself, you think that's funny? That slowed me down. But the point of her answer was that despite all of those great funny things, my life is, I've lost my job and I've done this, and so stuff is coming home to roost, right? So they're starting to think, well, wait a minute, I'm having problems making my car payment, or, you know, I can't afford these groceries, or whatever it is. Healthcare, my healthcare went out my ass, whatever those things are, they're coming. It, unfortunately, over here, it seems to be a case now where it has to hit them in the face before they realize that, oh, well, maybe this wasn't the best idea. I don't know. That's just an observation, and it's certainly not a educated political one, but it's mine anyway. They are expecting a blue wave at the 06 election or the 26 election. I don't know whether that's going to happen or what will happen. And I don't think J.D. Vance is particularly well positioned to be the front runner, you know, for the presidency next time around, 28, for them, for the Republican Party. He doesn't seem like he seems to be pretty much a out of the picture guy. I saw an interesting Department of Accounting or whatever it's called report. He spent $37 or $32 million on family holidays since they were inaugurated in January. Trump has spent like $200 million on golf stuff. And remember that when Trump goes golfing, he goes only golfing on Trump-owned golf courses. So all of that money that they charge for carts for security and all that stuff, that real inflated money, is paid by the taxpayers to Trump's golf courses. I think that's starting to kind of wear people a little thin. And he's been golfing something like 21 or 24% of the days that he's been in office. Something like that. I don't know. But I think those kind of things will start to wear on people once that starts to be in your face kind of a thing. Like the story with Reagan, you know, once it comes home to your house, then it's all of a sudden it's different. All bets are off. But I don't know that. A lot of money behind him, you know, people with what I consider to be nefarious points of view that have a lot of money that they want to put up to keep the status quo for whatever agenda they're trying to accomplish. I saw a really funny joke. I don't have no idea whether it's true or not, but boy, it was funny. I thought Obama was giving us, you know, a speech, not a speech, but just being interviewed somewhere, and somebody suggested that the new mayor Mandani, the New York, renamed Fifth Avenue to Barack Obama Avenue, and if they did that, Trump Tower would have to list Barack Obama Avenue as their address. And he just about fell off the chair laughing. He thought that was pretty funny. So, and I agree with him. That would be hilarious. Never happened, but I mean, Fifth Avenue's Fifth Avenue, but that would be pretty funny. I guess it's no crazier than Trump renaming the Kennedy Center and, you know, wanting to have his face on Mount Rushmore and having a coin issued and, you know. I guess it's no more outlandish than those things. That would be pretty funny. Nobody can really figure out over here what Trump's problem with the Kennedys, why he hates that whole group so much. I guess it's got something to do with something that must have happened back in New York in the day or something. I don't know. Well, there we are. Now we're going to tickle back up here to the top, are we? I suppose that we're going to get this initial balance statistic out of the way at some point today. Maybe not. Oftentimes maybe this is just me imagining this, but it seems like I've noticed that a lot of times when we have a choppy, just rotational retail soup kind of day like this, or session so far, that they'll try to make some sort of move and grab a stat during the 12 to 1 period. I have no clue, but we'll see. Price ticket aisle 3, here we go. Yeah. They're not generally either way. Typically, they are a reaction against. They're a reaction to what the sitting administration has done that people aren't satisfied with. I think that, other than in the Barack Obama era, where they pretty much swept them from one session after the other, one election after the other. But when a lot of people from all over are disappointed and upset, and none of the stuff that was, the campaign promises and all that kind of stuff have just been totally ignored pretty much. I think they're expecting to have quite a groundswell in opposition to the current administration. So I don't know whether you'd call that bearish or bullish, and I don't know, as in terms of the market, I don't know. That's a good question though. Really good question. Some of the people that you see interviewed at these events and stuff it's not a wonder why they follow the beliefs and stuff that they do. I mean, there was one couple that they were interviewing, and they weren't sure where Venezuela was. It's like, Jesus Christ, really? Stuff like that. There's a lot of people in this country that I know there's a certain amount in the UK, but there's a lot of people in this country that have never gone 1 foot outside the country and have no desire to. They don't know what's going on out there or care, so how can you have a informed opinion about, Mexicans or whoever, if all you hear is how horrible they are and that they're rapers and killers and bring drugs and all this kind of stuff? I mean, it's like any generalization, right? All black guys can jump or whatever, you know what I mean? Any of those stupid generalizations, you're talking about an entire country full of people. The fact that maybe a handful of them are assholes doesn't mean the whole country is. That's just crazy. But they don't seem to buy into it or have that point of view, I think. And those same people have no clue about the market or bullish or bearish or, those are the people, however, that are, well, wait a minute, I lost my job, I'm behind in my car payment, and I can't buy groceries. Those are the kind of people that will impact those people. Now, whether they believe the fact that this is blamed, somebody the other day was still saying that, well, this economy and this inflation is Biden's fault. It's like, well, wait a minute, he's not the president anymore. Hasn't been for a year. You guys have been doing all this miraculous crap. you know, but they believe what they're told, I think, a lot of them. And that's a scary deal. I suppose it's that way in every country, but other places I've lived, people seem much more aware of the world and conditions elsewhere than here. Oh, Mom. What have we got? Okay. Ooh, I got snacks. One thing, Richard, that I'll tell you that I recognize, and this is a funny story. I don't know how many years ago, 50 years ago. I grew up on a ranch in Montana, and the town where I went to high school is Livingston, Montana. And that's right on the Yellowstone River, at the bottom of the Yellowstone River Canyon. And it's 50 miles from the north entrance to Yellowstone National Park, one of the 7 wonders of the world. I knew many people that lived in Livingston, Montana, their whole lives, and had never been to Yellowstone Park. And we're perfectly fine with that idea. You know, that's, what do you say? I think that's one of the reasons as soon as I could, I blew Dodge, because I wanted to see what the world was like. Unfortunately now, you know, economically, if I'd have stayed back there, I'd be a gazillionaire. But I mean, that was a mentality, widely accepted mentality then, and I'm sure still is. And that was way before all the goofiness of the, you know, the internet and all this social media shit, where they can get all the crazy stuff that they might believe that they want to align with. I mean, like Alex Jones and those crazy people. They're only successful and able to do that because there's an audience and the sponsors get paid. You know, that's how it works. Boy, it's amazing how these special indicators I have, how they work, isn't it? Look how price just pulls right on those things. Amazing. Wish I could say that stuff with a straight face. It'd be like that fair value guy. It is funny to me how often those lines, you know, I've said this the last couple of days, it's like, what is this? But I can see where people that, you know, fall into the confirmation bias and just realize that, you know, oh yeah, that's a real value. That's a super accurate indicator. Look at how many times prices reacted there. Well, my prediction is that they're gonna. Then they might catch it before the 12 o'clock. I was gonna say they're gonna try to. And they'll probably bang this out around the 12 to 1 stat somewhere. They're really struggling to get through these these levels. Well, I'm glad I didn't have to pay too much for those. What do you bet the ATR is? I'm guessing it's going to be around 1.25. Oh, wrong one. 1.25. What do we got? 175. That's close. Down to 71%. This ATR is for the 1 minute chart, so that gives you what each 1 minute candle's averaging. And here we are. There we are. Maybe they're going to give him his all-time high. Because the economy in the country is in such great shape. Jesus Christ. I don't know. I don't really know what to think about it all. Excuse me. $71.11.75 is the all-time high, by the way, and not to contradict the orange one, but you know, we are not at all-time highs on any market that I know of. Maybe gold. Gold might be. I don't know. I realized I wasn't using those instruments at all, and so I cut that data feed off. Saved me from $40 to 12. It's like, you know, I realize that's 2 ticks on the ES, but on the other hand, it's you know, I don't want to be stupid either. Who do you call stupid? And I have been continually, wouldn't have done that if I had kept everything open and tracking as I used to do, but with I'm having so what I feel to be issues with connectivity and the market, you know, this charting stuff choking on the data that I you know, it only made sense to get rid of that feed, and it'd take me 2 seconds to turn it back on. I just do it through AMP. I don't have to mess with Rhythmic or anybody else. Boy, look at how that level held, huh? That's the super gold level. That's the extra. This is extra, you know, extra money. This gold ones, that's extra money you pay for those extra indicators. It's all behind my paywall. Oh, God. Wouldn't it be great? Oh, no, it wouldn't be great at all. Amazing that that's the way that a lot of these rearview mirror folks make their money. Just dreaming up some silly shit, and the vast amount of traders, especially the new ones, buy into it. To be clear, these levels here are nothing more than I settled on to as a place to start. This is the initial balance high and low. The trigger zones are 1 point above and below the initial balance. The continuation zone is 3 to 5 points, and the pullback zone is 3 to 5 points, period. Completely arbitrarily chosen by myself with talking to Rod. But it is funny how frequently these things, you could make a point for it. Now there's the IB. Let's see if we're going to get a signal here now. They got it in just before that. Just before the not getting that A signal up here. It's kind of disappointing. Well, we have a qualified A signal, even though it's not firing on the system over here yet, which is pretty disappointing. God damn it. I know I go through this every day, but I want these signals to fire properly and be displayed over here. And they're not. Now, there's one question I need to ask myself. Did I push the goddamn thing over here? That's another question. Yeah, it's there. Okay. The A should be here. So the qualification for the A signal is that the open is lower than the close. Price penetrates the initial balance, and the previous bar, the open, is lower than the close when we're talking about the initial balance highs. Why it didn't fire today, did yesterday, got no idea, but I'll have to deal with it over here, and I'm not going to do any of that during the market trading session. That's homework time. And the only reason I'm concerned about those levels firing and firing accurately and displaying accurately on the chart is because a couple of friends of mine, Garrett and whatever from Static, want to use that and those visual references for reference for their trading. And so I want it to be accurate. And of course, for anybody here in the stream, it's, super important to be accurate too, and not just have to listen to me. I know exactly what the situation is here. I changed these to intra-bar. I need to change them back, I guess. Oh, we'll see. I'm not going to worry about it. I know what the signals need to be. Now we're approaching a B signal right down here. And that's well, that's irritating. I wonder if I can do that while I'm standing here doing nothing. Let's see what happens if I change that. IV high continuation, that would be the A. See what happens if I do this. Here's how the signals work. What the hell is this? How is this possible? Okay. Now, so let's see what happens here. Let's get rid of these B's. What I'll be looking for here is that we have an A signal clearly and nicely done, and a tweezer top if you're into that. Almost got down to a pullback trigger. Looks like we're going to get that now. And then the next, there we go, and the next signal will be trade up here to the trigger zone. Do I have to think that that this would be a counter trend, counter context trade? Yeah, kind of. But on the other hand, what do I do?
Order submitted.
Well, there we go.
Order submitted.
Now let's see what happens.
Order submitted.
I feel like this is a counter trend trade myself. Would be, I guess, if I wanted to make myself warm and fuzzy, I'd say mean reversion. It's fairly good as far as an asymmetrical alignment because it's it's above the high of day. So if it gets up there, you know it's wrong. But the system didn't take this trade, and that's not making me feel very good, and I'm not sure why. I gotta stop messing with this stuff. It's not good going into noon either. With Captain Goofy telling everybody we're gonna have higher prices. Or Agent Orange. I love that one Richard came up with. Boy, look at that level hold. I swear to God, I bet I could sell that stuff. Well, the system has taken a trade, as have I. Oh, I forgot to be on the right window. Sorry about that. Oops. There we go. Now, I wonder if I took those levels off the chart, if they that would go away. If you can't laugh, what can you do, huh? Now, due to a difference in entries, the system has got the T1 scale. Right here. Are you over there? No. Right here. That's happened to me a couple of times. I'm going to be sure that that's correct. That entry was just enough. They got entered at the IB high, so the entry was just enough to get a scale at this level. One tick away. Frustrating, but it's true. And I don't know how to deal with that. I mean, I don't know what to do about that. I don't guess there's anything I can do about it. I definitely do need to come up with what I feel more comfortable with, a context filter, but it needs to be programmatically input into the system so that it's not some discretionary or arbitrary thing. Oh, wait a minute. Is this next round of bullshit gonna happen? Hold on a minute here. Video, okay. Okay. Not good that Hong is going to be talking here in a few minutes. I don't think. Mr. AI guy here. It's really maddening when you, one tick away from T1, for example. like now. Where I need a good Trump dump now. It isn't going to happen today. I'm actually worried. I'm actually thinking about taking this off because what's his name's going to start speaking at 12. Video guy. This 375 level at the 80 handle is not good. Just above the stop. One thing I'm getting pretty tired of is just sitting like a bird on a wire, right? That's why I'm looking at scaling, trailing up. When the T1 has been put out and it's got good value, it's got good numbers backtesting wise, but I don't know what to think about some of these things. Like just take it off at 4 points or 8 ticks or something like that, rather than sit and wait for the stops. I know that's the conventional wisdom to do, but well, I'll tell you, look at how this level keeps bouncing. Isn't that something? That 371 is gonna get somewhere, I would guess. That's liquidity. That's why I don't like trading against context. And why I think I need to have a context filter in the system so that I don't get myself in this position. And I always have the ability to just not enter the trade, of course. That's not the point. And I will never move my stop away from my entry, so that's not a thing. Not a thing. And just the only thing I know to do is just let them play out. Oh, wait a minute here. What's the deal? Go down. Why I leave you guys alone? Nobody's out pushing. What's the story? I tell you that those levels are so funny to me. Knowing that how just arbitrarily that line is put there, that's just amazing. But I can certainly see where people fall into the confirmational bias trap of, you know, Fibonacci and all that stuff. I could ask myself what I want to do now. Do I want to just take this off and stand by? Or what? Typically, the 12-to-1 thing can be a reversal. I don't know. It can also be the 12-to-1 statistic. I don't know what to say. I'm kind of thinking there. I've known people that trade with a timeout. On a small time frame, it's lower highs and lower lows. If that makes you feel any better. Boom, 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 boom. Doesn't make me feel any better, but you know. This one tick right over here would have made me feel a lot better. It's so incredible how that risk-neutral scale can make you feel. I'm telling you, this line right here is just driving me crazy. One more push through that and they're going to get through it. Once they get under this ledge right here. I think. But boy, it doesn't want to do that, does it? Now I have to ask myself, do I want to leave it or bring my trail up to the entry? Remember, this is a live market and real data. Okay, there we go. Jesus, that was a sweat, wasn't it? That makes me feel better. Okay, so that was the risk neutral scale. Now, who cares? Well, I care, but you know. And now, what's happened over here? Now look at that, right back up to the old, right? Just took that scale, and now we're back to the entry. Isn't that amazing? Thank you, by the way, Market. what I was going to say here was, thanks, Richard. Take care. And there's monkey mind story. You got to be real careful about that. It's all the wiring that's come down in our DNA for, all these years. And until I get a scale off, the reason I like the risk neutral scale is that there's a tremendous relief in all of that emotion and adrenaline and things when that happens. But you're never going to get rid of those emotions, I don't believe. What's going to happen is you're going to need to be really aware of the here and now for you and I am, and I definitely don't act on them. Think about all of it, but yeah. And when you get to a place in your trading where you've got a big cushion, large account, it's just another trade, right? It's just another brick in a wall. What a pleasure, huh? Be pretty amazing if they don't catch that 80s. As I'm busily chewing my guy chew in your ear. Sorry about that. Here we go. And I'm flat, and isn't that a pleasure? You see all those stocks that were living up there above 80? That's where the importance of an asymmetric trade location can be so important. And why this thing is still in the trade for another couple of ticks. And so this one is taken out also. Both is cracked. Aren't I happy? No, but beats the stop. All right. Why didn't the A fire on this side? That's what I don't know. Oh, that's because it was already there. Okay. And of course it's going to break down now. Or not. Well, I don't imagine that I'm going to have any more signals today. And that's fine. That's the way it works. Fast approaching the 1400 hour here, the world famous power hour. Just talking to Rod and I need to incorporate a better context filter into the system automatically. Now, if we use fractals, for example, higher highs, higher lows, and stay on the right side of it, you know, a moving average, whatever. Make sure that I keep in context that this is just today. Here forward. Now this was the correct initial balance signal and setup. Didn't go the direction I would have preferred, you know, I would have much preferred to have had a long to be in alignment with the context. That's what I'm talking about here. I think that's really important. If it were me taking a trade, just, you know, purely on my discretion, I wouldn't take the short. Now, I took it because that was what was signaled by the system, and that's what my commitment is here to the stream at this point. And incidentally, there is not a long signal in the initial balance. Either of the initial balance. There's only two. There's initial balance continuation, and there's initial balance failure. The failure was signaled here, executed, but there is no initial balance continuation trade. So, there we go. Top of the hour, I will do a little analysis of the backtesting, in case that's of interest. Then we'll have the recap at the bottom of the hour, and 1450 is the market on closing balance, and at that point, then the stream is down at 1500 to start once again tomorrow at 0800. What do we have for news here? Seems like something was going to happen at 3, wouldn't it? Now 1300 is Trump again, 1330, so it's a good thing I'm not involved there. And that's the last of the random or risk events, potential risk events. Nothing about Trump speaking here. That's kind of interesting. I'm sure that hasn't been concluded yet, because that certainly would not be. That won't come and go without some sort of comment or, you know, back and forth with reporters or something. I would imagine. Tea or something here before I fall asleep. Okay, the power hour, baby. Exciting. Ooh, exciting stuff. All right, so I've gone over pretty much in depth about my philosophy about only trading vetted setups based on the principles that have been passed down and recognized and handed down by the best traders in the world. And so I'm not going to go over that every time, every day. I do think it's important to talk about how I developed this particular setup and how it's vetted using backtesting. Not very well dealt with a lot of times. I'm gonna look at something up here first. It would be great. I wonder if I don't guess you can. Yeah, anyway, so on with the back test here. This is the system that I've worked out for the initial balance trades. 2 trades for each of the initial balance high and low. Continuation and failure. High, same for the initial balance low. Very simple, and only 3 rules. Not very imaginatively, titled A, B, and trigger. So that's it. The rest of this nonsense is for trying to get the signals to work right, and then down here's the trade management piece. When using a system like this, a computer system, it has to be, or at least the backtest engine here in IRT. Oh, great. Super duper. So you're all... Okay, and what's that require then? I mean, what's the deal? We know need to do that now or what? Huh? Now. Okay, we got that straight. Getting the daughter paid up for her college here. Where was I? Yeah, so we're, and this is the project or the trade management piece down here. Short, T1, T2. This is all based around the two-lot risk-neutral system, which I talk about every day when I set up the micro brackets or the multi brackets over here. What am I doing? Hold on, nobody move. Where'd it go? There we go. The multi brackets. The 2-lot, 12 tick, 24 tick, or 12 tick stop and target, and a 48 tick T1, T2. So that's how this is basically set up. Now I can change those parameters around, but I can't change the fact that it is only 2 contracts. Well, 2 positions, I should say. I could have it be 4 contracts, 2 for T1, 2 for T2, but I can't add, I don't have this provision to add a third, for example, take profit target. And the way I can control those is over here amongst several other things I can do. 12 tick stop, 12 tick T1, 48 tick T2. Typically this is 0 for the trail trigger. This is the 2 lots. And if this is the trail trigger, the 12 ticks, what happens is when price reaches 12 ticks from entry, then it automatically trails to wherever I put this. In this case, it would be to 12 ticks above entry. So essentially that when the way this would be set up at this moment is when T1 is achieved, the stop would trail up to T1 or positive 12 ticks. And then there's some other things I can do down here for. Here. Turn off different, turn off and on stuff. This is grown out of 3 lines, I think. When I started, it was these 4 lines right here, and it just keeps growing. I've figured out that I was able to change a lot of stuff on the fly by using VPOC variables, so I don't have to go through each and every rule. And any place that that say a T1 would be, I would have to go through all the rules in here and change that. I can do that by using VPOC variables and change them all from one location here in the main. So that's just a little side note there. But the idea, why this is so important, in my opinion, for vetting, the only way to actually vet a setup is to have specific rules that are never compromised. Once they're set here, the computer evaluates each one of these rules over each 1 minute bar for as many days as I set in the backtest. No discretion, no ifs, no, well, maybe that's close enough. No, horseshoes or hanging grenades, none of that crap. It's specific. That's the only way that you can actually determine statistically whether you have a real edge or expectancy or not. And then if you want to improve the system, the only way that you can do that systematically, after you've determined this and run the backtest, you can make one change. Save it, do the backtest. Is it better or is it worse? And then that's the only way you can systematically do it. You can optimize using a Markov system, but when I want to do it just one thing, for example, let's just look at this right here. If I want to know the difference in having my B target where the high of the bar touches the zone or is above the zone, then I can change that over here and run a specific test that way myself, one test to see what works. That's how I'm approaching this. So then we can go to the back test, which is here. Instrument, contracts. Oh, that's no good there. Instrument, contracts, number of days, and then the reports that I want, etc. And you can do a lot of different things. For example, if I want to see what December looked like, well, there's January 1st, 2026. I want to see how December worked. And I would go back 22 days or 20 days. I think it's probably about right. 20 trading days. And then I can back test that. What am I doing? Oh, boom. Let's see if I'm right. The 3rd. No, it's got to be 22 days. What am I doing here? I need to go back to bed. If I could convince anybody to go to bed with me, that'd be a good idea. It's a pretty well thought out program. I've really got to say that. Okay, there's the 1st of December. So the 31st of December, or the 1st of... No, this is no good. Because this is through the 1st of January. Well, there's no trade there, and we all know that. but let's just be more accurate about it. Let's change this to the 31st. Okay. Now I gotta change the numbers around again. Ah, sorry about that. I'm a donut this morning or today or whatever this is. This afternoon, whatever. This is gonna be it. This is gonna be good enough right here. You get the point, I think. I hope. Okay, there we go. There was 20 days. There's actually 21. 48 trades, 26 long, 22 short. This thing doesn't like doing two things at once. Doing a back test and trading live has got it all shook up. Come on. Normally I don't do this when I'm... Obviously I don't do this normally while the system is trading. Now this is with the trail enabled, remember? So there's 39 winning trades. Average trade is 32.72. There's 8 losers. Average loss is 27.19. There's 16 winners consecutively and 2 losses consecutively. And if you want to get really in the weeds, which is what you should definitely do, oops, wrong thing, hold on. This is driving me crazy. I gotta get that one day in there. There we go. Now let's back test it. And there we are, 31st, first, okay. 52 trades. You see what that one day made? 52 trades, $1,118 with the micros. And if you want to get really into it, you can look at each and every trade to the minute, entrance, on the entry, what kind of exit it had, and what the results were. T1, T2, long, stop. And this is all these, you see all these 30s over here? One thing about IRT, I can't set it up to do ticks. It uses dollars, so okay, so what? I know that this is 24 ticks with a 2 lot. So every time you see one of these stops, this is where it has trailed up and taken 30 ticks. So let's look at what that was. It's $1,118 and 42 trades, right? 52. All right, let's go back and change this now. Let's go change the main. The main, if the rain and plane. Let's make this, I just have to set this for a value greater than the second target. And then set this for 0 so it doesn't do any moving around. And save it, and with bookmap or whatever this is, IRT, you always have to get the damn thing to work. Come on. God. Frustrating. You always have to modify the rule and save it, and then run the back test. So we actually lost $100 by not trailing up. We've taken 4 trades less. That's interesting, huh? But you'll notice over here, the average loser was 27, or say $28, and the average winner was 74, 73. 18 winners, 11 losers. Interesting that it's actually $100 less profitable overall than if we trailed up. Now what I do after this exercise is bring all this stuff into a spreadsheet I built here, or right here. Each one of these lines is a back test, specific, with all the criteria you could possibly imagine, including Sharpe ratio and Saltino and whatever else. I don't even look at them anymore, but anyway. And here's actually last night I was doing this exact thing. And here's with the scale and the trail. And there's the wins and the losses, average win, average loss. And there is the 81% win rate, $17.25 expectancy, R value, risk to reward ratio, and on and on and on you go. And there's the upload, or I mean the total gross, and here is with no trail. That's the way that I believe you have to vet a trade in order, or a setup, to know that you have a statistical edge, an expectancy, and then you take every trade that presents itself. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do. So that's, and if anybody has IRT and wants to use this stuff, I'm happy to share it, no problem. I don't have any problem with that. Okay, the market on close rebalance, or the market recap at the bottom of the hour. And then we'll look at the on close imbalance at 1450. All right, let's look at the daily recap. By golly. Pretty self-explanatory. There's what we did today. Context was up, higher lows, higher highs. Says it all. My one trade, which was per the signals in my vetted trade setup, and I got a scratch. It would have been a lovely long, but hey, hindsight is really clear. Again, this thing is doing that again. This thing is put in another order at 2 o'clock somehow. And I do not know how that's working. But boy, I don't want to have that happen. How can that possibly be happening? Wow, that requires investigation. That's real serious right there. Huh. That is really and truly weird. I hope I can go back on the replay here in the stream and see when and how that happened. I will also try the bookmap replay here. That's really bad. This is the second day in a row I've seen this now. Well, I wonder if there's any other horse shit going on somewhere. Wow. Yeah. Okay, so there we are. Let's get over here to the should be pretty obvious what happened here. Here's the day. I don't have no explanation for why the market thinks this ought to be something to do. It's irritating to me, but nobody cares what I think. All right, so that's where we are. Let's look at the snooze here. What do we have tomorrow? ADP, ISM PMI, JOLTS, that's a big one. Crude inventory. Tomorrow must be Wednesday. And again, this is investing.com. It's free. You can filter it however you want. You can pay for it if you want to, but whatever you want to do. You can filter it to any time zone, reports, country, whatever you want to do. I like the layout here myself. And the other one is Financial Juice that I use, is Financial Juice. And it has one advantage over investing.com. Investing.com typically tracks known, established, revenue and economic data points and numbers. Financial Juice adds these things throughout the day. Trump at 9 o'clock. Trump at 1330. CEOs. These are not normal or scheduled or usual or typical economic numbers, but they put them in there. So I really appreciate that. And this is where this right side over here is more of a squawk box. Also, you can filter whatever you want. Now they're going to go after Greenland. What kind of a screw loose deal is this? Jesus Christ. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Huh. So we will have the market on closed and balance here at 1450 in another 10 minutes. And then the stream will wind down at the top of the hour to restart again tomorrow morning at 0800. Crazy. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy stuff, I tell you. Greenland has been part of Denmark for 800 years, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Denmark ought to come over here and take California. I mean, it's like the weirdest thing. I don't know. I don't understand where these guys are coming from. Really. Don't understand. Well, we're going to have another 12 to 1 stat here, looks like. Okay, what have we got? 4.5 minutes till the market on close and balance. I'm still kind of shaking my head about all this Denmark story. Pretty weird. Greenland. Pretty crazy. Pretty darn crazy. I wonder if I've got a hotkey doing something here. I can't wait to replay this book map and see when in the hell that order got put in there and how. Unfortunately, with book map, I don't think the mouse is captured. I don't think. I'll have to be honest with you, I don't remember. 2.5 minutes. The only way that I know that that trade could be put in there is to have clicked down here, a buy, or here in the dome? I don't know. I don't like that at all. I know that much. Minute and a half. $30 seconds or so, more or less. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Appreciate it. Smack a thumbs up and a sub. Drop something in the chat. I'm only in this for the likes and the subs. So as far as the YouTube part goes, and I share everything with full transparency and trade live. So, you know, there you go. And there we are. 1450. Nothing yet. And there they are. So we've got sell side across the board. 768 million on the S&Ps, 82 million on the NASDAQ, 367 on the Dow, and 529 million on the Mag 7. 2 days in a row, if I'm not mistaken, we've had sell side imbalance. So my usual parting piece about make sure that you realize you're the most critical component in your trading office. Spend so much time on monitors and desks and software and indicators, et cetera, that sometimes forget that your eyes take it all in, your brain processes it all, and you make trading decisions to do with your family and you economically. You need to take care of yourself. Be properly rested, hydrated, try to stay healthy, do some exercise. Really, really important. Remember that your primary directive or mission as a trader is to preserve your account. Doesn't do you any good to have a fantastic back-tested setup and you can't trade tomorrow because you blew your account up. You know, or you're over trading, or you're being a wackadoodle with a mouse or something. So you need to be balanced, and that's really important. I will be back tomorrow at 0800. So we'll have the pre-market, set up everything, go through the statistics, the backtesting, not backtesting, I'm sorry, the statistics, set up the pre-market and analyze what kind of trade I'm expecting. We've got some reports out tomorrow, as I said. And yeah, have a great rest of your day. Get away from the screens, get outside, do something, get some rest your eyes, get some natural light, soft focus down the horizon, down the street, over the backyard, into the neighbor's pool, whatever you want to look at, you know. Something besides a foot and a half in front of your face with numbers flying around on it. And yeah, it's been fun. This whole story with politically is troubling to me, but you know, what are you gonna do? The rod pulled off about a 20 or 30 pointer there with multiple ES contracts on the IB long. IB continuation trade, which I didn't get any part of, and I'm kind of wondering why not. What's going on here? This is what we're talking about right here. Being in this short, tied it up. And a couple minutes to the close here. This is an example of what I'm talking about. There you go. There's an entry at 69.75 and the target at 69.89 on at least 2 or 3 or however many, I don't see, E-minis. Very simple. It doesn't capture it, but I think I can figure that out right there. Yeah. Okay, he got his entry over here on the bottom side of he got long where I got short. Isn't that funny? You see right here? See there? Notice these prices in the IB high, huh? Right there. He got long and I got short because it signaled a short. So the wrong side of the fence. Wrong side of the fence. . That's pretty great. Now, I would not be able to structurally or legitimately take these trades because I don't have an IB high trade until if I wanted to call that one a trigger, I mean a B shape, which it is not, and then a trigger down here somewhere would have been a long, but certainly not down where Rod got his. Based on the rules that I've got set up, and they set up whatever you want. And we got 30 seconds, so hey, boy, oh boy. Everybody have a great night. Thanks for coming by. Remember, 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. Be there, be square. And there we have it. The cash market is closed. And so is risk neutral trading. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. All right. Freudian slip. 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time. Have a great night. I'm going to get about rest in my eyes, go for a walk, and then come back and dig into the back test and the review of these, what this story is with the mystery orders here.